good to see so many people I know here. And I want to just encourage you, if you want to paint along with me, then that's great. But if not, sometimes it helps people just to take notes and, paint later, and you can watch the replay later on if that helps you. So, yeah. So I'd love to know who's gonna paint along with me, and I'd like to see who's painting, and maybe you can post it later or email it or post it on Facebook and tag me if you want to, and it'd be fun to see. Okay, so let's get started. So let's look at what we have here. So I'd like to show you, first of all, how I paint with a lot of layers. For example, if you look at this painting I did here from an art class, you can see where it started. This is a tiger that we painted, so it started off very, very soft and light, just basically one layer here, and then you can see it starts to build up. So here's about 2 layers, 3 layers. I often put the eyes in the beginning. Some artists, do it all differently, but I like to have a value established very dark, and the eyes are always a good place to me for that. That way we can relate the values, have some context to relate values to the darkest dark. Okay, so that's about like 5 layers there, I believe, and then you can see the finished one. So yeah, we're going to paint an elephant, but I'm just gonna show you this tiger for the layers, just to show you a little bit of my process. So this is what we're going to paint today. So yeah, let's get started here. I'm gonna just start with some color studies, and hopefully you got an email with this sketch here. And so the sketch here, it just shows, I did this beforehand so that we can see what edges are more important. This helps me to really fill out what's important to me, what is not important, and where do I want the viewer to look. And usually it just goes along with, I have to kind of discover what's important to me. So like, I like the movement. So you can see I really accentuated and strengthened these diagonal curved areas, because that brings out more movement. And the more flat horizontal lines tend to bring a stillness. And I just really like this point where the 2 trunks are touching each other and resting on each other. So it brings that connection that I want this painting to be about. You can see the contrast I put there to make that connection stronger and lead the viewer's eye there. Yeah, so I'll try to answer questions maybe at the end if y'all have any. I'm not sure that I can really follow the chat answering questions while painting live with as many people as there are. But yeah, save your questions if you can till the end, and we can do a Q&A time if you'd like. So I often like to start with a just a simple color study, so let's do that here. Basically a cartoon color study. So I'm gonna take my photograph reference here and then just kind of really put it in super quick because I've spent like 5 hours on one of these before. I always have to remind myself this is just to be a cartoon color study, you know? Just try to get the proportions, you know, fairly close. It doesn't need to be. It's alright if it's off a little bit. I'm just telling myself that so it don't take too long. Just put it in really quick and leave it. Alright. So, you know, I like to try 3 or 4 color studies oftentimes. Oftentimes the color scheme that I end up using is on the 3rd or 4th color study, so it really helps me to explore and like discover, because sometimes I don't know exactly what color scheme is going to work the best. Oftentimes I have an idea, but sometimes I'm surprised, you know, when I kind of explore and discover, like, experiment with these studies, it can be surprising what you discover, and sometimes it really helps me to hone in on a color scheme that better tells my message than what the photograph will tell. So right now I'm just using burnt sienna and some gamboge yellow, and I'm basically just going to do a color study pretty similar to the photograph right now. I often like to just kind of do one sort of close to the photograph if I like some of the colors in the photo, you know. If you can't hear the audio, well, I guess, I'm sorry, maybe, someone can tell those people in the chat to, make sure they turn the audio on YouTube up, because sometimes that's muted. Alright, so burnt sienna with some gamboge. These color studies, you know, right now it looks so simple, but these took my work up so much, like in quality, and made it so much more fun, but it also just took it up so much to another level. And once I started disciplining myself to do these color studies with every painting, and you know, it feels sometimes like uncomfortable at first if you're not used to doing stuff like this, and I definitely felt that way. Oftentimes before I'd just jump right to a painting and basically copy the photograph. So I really had to push myself to kind of step out and do these with every painting. And my teacher at the time really pushed me and finally got me to step out and do these. And so I was so glad when I finally listened and disciplined myself to, you know, just one step at a time. Like, I tried one color study and maybe just a couple color studies on one painting, and got to know some different color schemes. So that was orange there, and it the process really grew on me, and now it's really comfortable and really fun. That was Pyrrole Orange. So I'm gonna use the larger brush. I'm going too slow. That's one thing. It's nice to use a bigger brush where you're a little bit uncomfortable, because it will make the work go a little quicker, which is very valuable with watercolor. The water dries on you, pretty quickly. It's nice to be able to keep things flowing together pretty nicely and without it drying too quick. So I'm gonna just come in here and try a little bit of violet. That's my amethyst genuine violet there. Oh, hi darling, good to see you here. It's fun to see a lot of people I know here and a lot of my students. So I kind of like the purple in there. The purple is a little bit experimental. I see hints of it in the photograph, but I'm also kind of just want to play with it and emphasize that purple a little more. Alright, yeah, now I'm just gonna play with a touch of green here. This is Hooker's green, and I grade it with my violet, so you can see these complements across from each other. They'll make a nice, that's how I've got my palette set up, and complements across from each other, so it, will, gray each other out very nicely. These opposites will gray each other out. So yeah, we'll start on the main painting in just a little bit, and I'll explain more about that when we get there. But this is just to kind of warm up and to see if we want to change the colors from the photograph. So let's put a little bit of green in the elephants themselves, because it's good to repeat colors throughout the painting. So if we have greens in the background, we need to have greens in the elephants too a little bit. At least just, little hints of green, little very subtle is enough. We don't have to make it real noticeable. But the reason for that is this way the elephants will connect with the background and they'll harmonize. If we don't have the colors repeating through the elephants and the background, if the colors are too isolated to one part of the painting, then it'll feel disconnected. Yeah, okay. So there we go. I think that's alright. I think I have a feeling I'm gonna like to change the colors. So that's a lot like the photograph right there. But I'm gonna do a second color study here. Be a little more adventurous with it, And I'd like to just show you right here real quick. This elephant here is something we could kind of refer to. This one I painted several years back. So this was a triadic color scheme, and that means 3 colors, and I'll show you here. This is triadic, where you take the color wheel and you basically have a triangle, and you use only those three colors. So that's also triadic. That was painted with three colors. And so this is right here just about the colors I used to paint that elephant, except it was alizarin crimson instead of Quinrose. So you can see that was used for this painting. And then that one also is the same three colors: alizarin crimson, Antwerp or manganese blue, and gamboge yellow. And that's the photo reference for that painting of the elephant. Oops. There it is. So yeah, that's an example of how you can use a color scheme, because like that elephant painting, I used just the very limited palette of the three colors on the color wheel. You know, just this blue, and I used alizarin crimson at the time, which would be about this hue right here, and then I used yellow. So super limited palette that I used on that. So we could try more limited palettes like that. I really liked Stephen Quiller's book, Color Choices, Making Sense Out of Color Theory. And that helped me with some learning some different color scheme choices to use in different limited palettes. And some of different color schemes lend themselves better to different moods and different feelings, and whether you want it exciting or more calm and peaceful and more joyful, or maybe more isolated, or yeah, this replay of this should be up for a pretty good while. I don't have any time frame that I'm gonna plan to take it down, so it should be up for, you know, I'd say at least a year or so. And if you have to leave during the demo, I'm gonna offer a discount on my course later on at the end of this live stream, so that will have an expiration. So if you want to join my course at a discount, just to let you know, you can come back and watch the live stream within the next couple days and still get that discount. But it's gonna expire in next week. So I'm gonna try this more like that color scheme that I had used on the original elephant painting. So this is Quinrose right here. And a lot of water, so I really like to use a whole lot of water, and that's gonna help this to flow really well and give us the nice fresh watercolor look. It'll give us a lot more time to work with the paint by having a lot of water. So you can see it's really beaded up right there, really wet. Well, I I work on wet ends on dry paper, just depending on what particular area we're painting right now. So this is because it's such a quick color study. I'm working a lot more directly right onto dry paper than I will on a bigger painting. Alright, so let's come in here with some other variations. So let's come in with a little bit of manganese blue. So this manganese is such a nice vibrant blue. You can see this is my son Oliver's palette. It's quite messy. He's basically claimed the palette here. Manganese blue. So it's very vibrant. It's a lot like Antwerp blue, but just a little more intense. So yeah, let's drop this in. So the light areas are important, and so I'm trying to respond to a few questions here. So how do I determine the light areas? So right here, you can see the light is clearly it's coming from this angle, and so I'm trying to keep it kind of true to what's really happening with the light source to make sure that I keep some dimension in the painting and keep it the planes and the dimensions consistent. But if you look at this area is where I really want the viewer to look, so I tried to keep the light the brightest right here, the brightest spot on the elephant. So yeah, just usually I ask myself, where do I want the viewer to look, and that's often where I keep the brightest brights, because that's going to create more contrast and draw the viewer's eye to that area wherever the most contrast is, and which is the brightest brights and the darkest darks. Alright, so this is gonna be a little veer away from the photograph a little bit. This way I'm not being totally captivated by the photograph. It's nice to have some freedom here, and so let's come in with some gamboge and a little burnt sienna mixed together. And so I'm basically mixing a lot on the paper right now. And I like to do that a lot, but when we get to the larger piece, we can mix a little bit more on the palette. I'm just kind of trying to work fast here with the colors. So just know this isn't a value study. I'm gonna definitely go darker, but this is more about the colors right now. And so here's some Antwerp and brown madder mixed together with just a hint of burnt sienna. So this is a nice choice. I like this because it has I feel like that brown madder and Antwerp mixture right here, it just harmonizes really nice with these colors, because Antwerp harmonizes with that blue, the manganese, and the brown madder is kind of a pinkish red colored, so it harmonizes nice with the pinks and is a beautiful contrast to the blue. So it's worth taking the time to do this because, you know, this might just take 30 minutes or so. Sometimes I spend a whole day on just studies, and or a few days even on studies and drawings, you know. But it's really worth it, you know. It's like setting yourself up for um, success and really charting your course of the journey that you're gonna take on this painting. So for all the hours and days you spend working on this, it's by taking a little bit of time on the front end, it can make all that rest of the time more valuable and more worthwhile, because it can really make an impact on the final result, you know what I mean? A little bit of gamboge and burnt sienna mixed together here. So, you know, I'm just kind of right now going by colors that I've used in the past together that I like. Oftentimes a good place to start is to ask yourself what should be the dominant color in this painting, and what dominant color would really carry the mood and convey that mood the best that you'd like to convey, you know. Sometimes I just don't know. I like to just paint and you know, kind of experiment, and then I start to kind of hone in on what I'm really after I do several sketches and color studies, and sometimes even writing out, like in your journal, like what if it's a meaningful painting to you, kind of pulling out what is really meaningful about it in words, you know, and that helps me sometimes too, you know. So here's some of that gamboge with some burnt sienna. So yeah, I'm just kind of really playing here. So I don't know. I think that pink is a little too much. I think I need to come down with some blue. So that's gonna repeat the blue that you see up in the elephants. we do this process in our online class a lot, and in workshops too. And you know, this is honestly often the scariest part to me as a teacher, doing the sketching and the color studies with my students, because this is the part that has the most unknown to me, which makes it the most exciting part in a way. Well, sort of, although it's exciting when you bring it together in a completed piece, but it's funny though. All right. So that's probably good for a color study, you know. We don't need to really develop it too much. I think I got a good idea of what this feels like, you know. The color that we're working on right now is mainly for mood, like the feeling. A little bit of hooker's green in there, just to give that kind of natural greenery feel, and it gives a nice calmness too, as long as I don't put it in too intense, you know. So yeah, I mean, we could do the background too, but I mean, on the top, but I don't think it's really needed right now. How about we just do one more really quick color study? I'm just gonna do it really tiny here. Usually I'll do 3 or 4 and um you know, I like the last one I just did, but you never know. Sometimes you can kind of like, it's like uncovering treasure. You don't know it's there until you're digging. You dig and you just keep digging. Um, the more you paint and the more you build like a history of using color and color studies and just different color schemes, you get more of, I guess, kind of build up a more familiarity and vocabulary kind of what you might like. But I still find think that I need to like experiment because oftentimes I still don't have it visualized from the beginning, if you know what I mean. Sometimes I have ideas though, but oftentimes I find things I like even more than I expected, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna actually, I really like the pink, to be honest. I like the pink in this. Um, so I think I might actually use the pink again, but just change it a little bit. So that was Quinn Rose. I might add a little bit of brown matter into that pink, make it just a little more earthy here. This one's so tiny. So you can tell this one's definitely a cartoon color study. Alright, so pink seems to be my kind of dominant color. Um, a lot of paintings that are really strong pieces of artwork, a lot of the masters and really great contemporary artists, they you can tell they really focus on using a dominant color, and it often just really creates a very cohesive, um, very obvious emotion. So like if you look at Disney and um, different companies that do like animated uh, movies and cartoons, though it's so clear in those because they're trying to tell a story, and it's neat because they have a story they're telling, and you can see the art designers using color in such effective ways and very clear ways because they don't want you to have any doubt about it, what's happening in the story. So I'm gonna actually use a little more orange. So I hope y'all don't mind going through like these little exercises studies here with me. I could have done these before we started, but it's in a way maybe helpful to like process it together. So that's orange with a little burnt sienna. So we'll get to the painting in a little bit here. I think we're almost done with this here. man, you know, I might try a little bit more. I'm still trying to keep it a limited palette, so I want a little bit of excitement in this, which means I need some kind of complementary colors, like some sort of opposite colors. So, like on the color wheel, um, you can see how I put the pink and the orange in, and now I'm using purple, which is way over here across from the orange. So it creates some contrast, which is the reason why is I'd like this painting to have a little bit of excitement, and the more contrast we have and the more opposite of colors we have, it's gonna just add a little extra excitement and a little punch to it, you know what I mean? The more opposite the colors are. So that's just their purple there, and you know, I really like our more blue in it. Maybe what do y'all think? So my message here has to do with the connection between the two elephants. That's just my personal choice of what I want to communicate through this painting. And just kind of a calm peacefulness and the safety of that connection, you know what I mean? So let's stop there and let's just look at these real quick. Yeah, let's I'd like you guys to tell me what your favorite is. Now this one needs a little more saturation. It's not quite, I like the colors a lot, but if I use that I need to go a little stronger. So yeah, would you like to vote on these? So like this would be 1, and then 2 on this one, and 3 on the little one. See which one I'd like to see what you like. I know which one I'm leaning towards, but I want to see what you guys like first. Okay, let's see. So here we go. Okay, well, thanks for voting. I feel like we have almost a tie between 2 and 3. Looks like probably 2 has won the vote, I think. Thanks for voting. That's the one I was leaning toward too, also. So, yeah. Let's get started. So, if you're gonna paint along with me, I would just recommend making sure your pencil on your paper's not too dark, unless you don't mind it showing through your painting, since their watercolor is pretty transparent. So I like to use a 0.7 millimeter mechanical pencil to draw my line drawing, and then use a kneadable eraser to erase if you need to, because this paper is really kind of fragile to being torn on the surface if you erase too hard. But the kneadable eraser's a nice gentle way to erase. So I think mine is pretty good, but I did go around it and erase off a few areas according to my sketch here, because if you notice, like, that is so soft right there, the edge on that trunk right there, and I want it to be almost the last edge there, just so I had to make sure that my pencil was not too strong going around that trunk right there. Otherwise it won't really allow it to be as soft of a last edge, because that pencil will kind of just show through, you know what I mean? Yeah, so kind of same thing if you look at the sketch, you know, and just check your edges, make sure that nothing's too strong on some of those real dark, those real soft light areas, you know what I mean? So I think I'm pretty good to go here. I already checked this, but I see a couple spots that are a little strong actually as I look back at it again. So I'm gonna just erase a little more, but see how I pinched the eraser? This really works great for watercolor paper because you can just give it kind of minimal contact and less friction on the paper. Yeah, if you tear the paper with an eraser, it'll end up becoming kind of a dark spot once you paint over it. Alright, there we go, that's pretty good there. So let's go. And I'm glad you guys picked, well, a lot of you guys like the 3-2, but I like the kind of softness and the gentleness of this one, personally. I think the orange in this one is neat, but it kind of brings the intensity up a notch where it's a little more action, a little more, this is more gentle and calm and peaceful, which I like personally for the connection here. So let's start with a larger brush. So I'm gonna start kind of wet into wet, meaning that I'll put water down first onto the paper, but I'm gonna be careful where I put the water, not just everywhere, but so, you know, like with watercolor, we need to make sure we save the whites of the paper and preserve them. So I need to make sure that I keep any areas that need to remain white, keep those dry. So sometimes it's good to kind of study your picture first and kind of think about it first and like think what areas, what should I keep dry, you know, and I'm thinking like possibly the front of the elephant here. Maybe this tusk right here. I think I'm gonna actually, you know, I think I'll wet over the whole eye. So this is gonna be a very light layer. Remember that tiger that I had up with all the layers, and that first layer was super light. So honestly, I really could probably use a larger brush than this. probably just use like a 1-inch brush, or this is a nice like 3/4 inch size cat's tongue brush here. So let's see, let's bring this water. I'm gonna bring it right up to the light side here. I think I'm gonna leave this area dry paper right over the kind of the forehead, like bridge of the nose or the trunk. Let's see, and honestly, we can just go right into the background on the bottom because you know, that's the beauty of watercolors, when different areas just connect to each other, different shapes, and they just flow together. It just really can capture that beautiful watercolor look. So yeah, I'm having to go back to my water quite often to reload it with water. And can you see the wetness? See how much water is on my paper here? It's pretty good wetness. I could even add a little more. Alright, I think I don't want to do too much at one time, because, you know, there's a point that it's like, I don't know if I can handle that much at once and do it just like I want to. It starts to spread, you know, it can spread yourself thin, because this wash is gonna only be about 10 minutes of working time. So if we have to do too big of an area, we won't be able to really focus very much on one area at all, you know what I mean? Okay, so I think I'm gonna leave actually this dry right here. You know, actually, I take that back. I need to trust my drawing. I need to trust that, because we can make some different changes from the drawing, but I think that that was a good choice to make that a little bit darker back there, because it makes the elephant pop out. By having the background just a little dimmer, not as bright of whites, it's gonna make the elephant come forward. So yeah, this is I usually work on 640 gram cold press paper. I like Arches a lot, and you know, there's a lot of good brands, Saunders, Waterford, a lot of people like Fabriano. This paper right here is actually Twin Rocker handmade paper, made in a little shop in Indiana in the United States. It's fun to work with, but I had to kind of get used to it at first. I just have enjoyed working on handmade paper for the fact that it just really looks beautiful. It looks really aesthetically looks neat, you know. And so they made this paper, Twin Rocker made this with the deckled edge like this. So thankfully I didn't need to tear any of it off, so you can frame it showing that beautiful edge, and That's one thing I like about buying handmade papers. Alright, so make sure it's wet enough. I take a lot of time to wet my paper sometimes, but especially in the first couple washes. So you can see right there that tusk is dry, the front of the head is dry, and I didn't bother to go into the background up at the top right now. I feel like there's plenty to work with here. So let's pull our color study out and make sure we have that handy to look at. I like to have my drawing and my color study and my reference close by, you know. I notice if I don't have them near enough and I quit looking at it, sometimes I look back and I'm like, oh, I wish I added that. I wish I put that in, and I didn't because I was just kind of got carried away without looking. So here's that kind of base color, that dominant color here, quinacridone rose. I might add a tiny touch of brown matter, just so it's, you know, quin rose is a pretty color, but it's very like floral, like very vibrant, you know, and sometimes I like to have it just a little more natural looking for things like this by adding an earth tone like that brown matter. I used to use alizarin crimson, but you know, sadly it's very poor light fast rating. It's meaning it's not permanent. It just fades very quickly over the years. So I decided maybe I should switch, and so now I use quin rose, but you can add it to brown matter and it looks a lot like alizarin crimson. Alright, yeah. You know, my paper is actually drying out so pretty quickly, so I'm just gonna load the brush up with water. And replenish the wetness here. Okay, let's look at that wetness there. That's pretty good. Nice and glassy. That's what I'm after, is pretty glassy wetness. Especially for this underneath layer. It needs to be pretty spread out and pretty blended out, you know. So this extra water is gonna help that to blend. Yeah, and so the paper's thirsty. It's 100% cotton if you have a good watercolor paper. So it's literally, you know, like a rag, you know, and so, oh good, thanks for telling me about the sound. I think I had that lever just down a little too far. Yeah, so the paper's thirsty. It's a cotton rag pretty much, 100% cotton. So, you know, once you break that sizing on the surface, made the gelatin sizing, the water just gets pulled into the paper. So that's why it dries out so fast. And besides the evaporation, so as I take so long to wet the paper like this, it's giving it time to saturate the paper. The water's just kind of soaking in and getting nice and saturated in there, so once it does that, it won't be thirsty anymore. So in other words, it'll give us quite a bit more working time. So working directly on dry paper can be fun, but it dries very fast if you do that. So you have to work really fast, or else you'll get like kind of outlined brush strokes and real outline shapes and stuff, because it just dries so quick, you know what I mean? So I like both methods really, you know. A lot of watercolor painters do beautiful work with wet into wet like this, but also using the dry right onto the dry paper, and so we'll get to more of that as we get towards the latter layers of this here. I think we can hopefully do this in like 3 layers, so I'm gonna try to be a little more bolder with my color and value as I lay this color in. Right now it's very pale. But you know, a lot of portraits and paintings I've spent like done 10 to 12 layers, so you know, and that takes like 100 or 150 hours, and I love doing paintings like that because it can get this really beautiful, realistic, and just make it like feel like you're there, you know. But Impressionism has its own beauty too, you know, and I've been trying to, you know, move more towards getting more confidence with like plein air painting and going more direct, and it's really fun to combine those approaches, you know. And I've noticed like my favorite paintings, favorite artists tend to combine those approaches. So let's just drop in a little bit of blue back. This is manganese. Not a lot, because this is, like I said, it's just kind of an underpainting. I don't want to I've wet a lot of my light areas, and I don't want to compromise those by putting too many cool colors in and letting the cool colors drift over the warm lights, you know. So I need to be a little bit careful here. Let's see, let's grab a larger brush and just come in to the background, because this area is pretty safe to use quite a lot of wet paint, you know, more wet into wet work, because I want that background to be more diffused, softer, you know what I mean? And that's how I painted that elephant that I showed you earlier. The background, very wet into wet like this here. So sometimes I just have to turn my paper, you know, flex it, because it's like kind of like it's alive. It's moving because the water is making it kind of change shape, and so sometimes it gets too dry in certain areas, so, and too wet in certain areas, so sometimes it helps to kind of move that paper and just let it kind of even out in wetness, you know what I mean? So here's some gamboge, and oh hey Harper, it's good to see you here. That's my niece Harper on here watching. Hope y'all are having a good day there. Okay, so this is gamboge with a little bit of burnt sienna. The touch of burnt sienna is only to add a little bit of earth tone to make it just a little more like natural feeling, you know what I mean? Alright, so the warmth, you can see I'm putting this warmer gamboge color more in towards the elephant, so letting the background become cooler as it goes farther from the elephants. And that warmth is gonna kind of pull the eye towards the elephants, because cool colors tend to recede looking farther away, and they tend to like the viewer's eye tends to move towards the warmth. So we can do more cooler color, maybe like as it comes out farther away from the focal point area, you know. So this is the Antwerp blue here. Just you know, just pretty light right now. I'm trying not to let this blue get into my gamboge yellow, you know. It's got that pink Quin Rose kind of as a buffer transition right now. That blue and yellow, you know, it turned pretty green, so I want to kind of actually the green would actually be okay, you know. Alright, so yeah, just, you know, maybe put some water over here. See this edge here? I don't want that to dry like that. So I'm gonna take some water and put just that clean water down right here. If you look at the reflection, see that space in between? So I've got that clean water, and I'm just gonna push it up and touch that color right there. That way it'll soften that edge there, so we won't get a hard edge drying there, you know what I mean? Yeah, so if you'd like to you know, blend any of this, now's a good time to, because if you check your reflection there, well, it's a little dry actually. It's a little dry to blend, but we can kind of take the tip of that brush and kind of feather it across there. Yeah, seeing the reflection is such a huge point to me. Like when you're painting watercolor, having that reflection like this right there, being able to see that as you work is like really key for me, because you know, so many choices with watercolor painting. It really is determined by how wet it is or how dry it is, and like certain techniques and certain brush strokes you want to put down, you need to like do it at the right type of wetness. So having that lamp there to give you that reflection is important, so that you know how wet it is and what timing it is, you know what I mean? Alright, yeah, so just losing that edge up there with some water again. Let's see, so I don't want to soften this edge right now, because if I want that to stay super light, you know, if we wanted it white paper, it would probably spread over it right now too much because of how wet that is. But I'm gonna just keep painting. So I went to a smaller brush, and so this is gamboge with a little burnt sienna again. So I'm gonna come into the lighter areas. So you can see as the paper has dried some, it's gonna take the paint differently. It's not gonna allow the paint to like spread quite as big and as soft, you know? Especially if I make sure my paint on the palette over here is kind of on a drier mixture of the paint. So when you stick that down on the paper, it just kind of sticks there. Yeah, so the paper, you know, just like the paper has its own wetness, the paint mixture does too. We can use like a paint mixture that's kind of like melted butter, a little drier, so it will not spread as far when you put it down on the paper. Or if you use like a more diluted paint mix, like milk, milky paint, it'll spread farther. So I'm gonna come in here now and just soften this edge. So if you look at this again, look at the water and look at the reflection, and you can put just a little bit of clean water out here. Make sure the wetness looks about the same, and then just connect that right there, and that's gonna soften that line. So that way it's not truly gonna be white paper, but it's gonna be very light right there. Alright, so a little more orange, like yellow with burnt sienna, and I'm gonna grab a little bit of orange in that too. Transparent pyrrole orange here. So the drier the paper gets, the more distinct the brush mark is gonna be. So you can see here, if you want to do like these kind of more distinct soft details, you know, it's a good timing right now to do it when the paper's just barely wet, you know. It's like the reflection is kind of like satin. It looks like satin. It's almost too dry to work. It's becoming close to where at a point it gets dangerous, you know what I mean? It's a little orange right there. You can see kind of coming in like in spots almost, because it isn't really softening out by itself anymore because of how dry that paper is. Okay, I'm watching that too, because once it gets too dry, it just kind of goes down like a blunt mark, and I don't want it to look, that's not what I want. So once it looks like that, I need to stop working, you know what I mean? And I think it's actually almost to that point here. So it's gotten to that really touchy, dangerous kind of stage where there's barely any reflection. It's like satin, if you can see that, barely like satin there. So I'm gonna stop, let this dry. I'm gonna just take a little synthetic brush here. So this synthetic brush, it's good for kind of rubbing. So like you can kind of rub some of that edge with a dry brush just to soften that there. Yeah, and this edge. This edge also right here. You can just take this little synthetic nylon brush. Just kind of rub that. Just a dry brush here. So we don't want to add any water to the paper or else we can possibly get a blossom, or backwash, cauliflower, whatever. There's so many different names for it. So yeah, let's let that dry. It always just doesn't look like much at this point, but that's gonna be a nice kind of tone to start with and work on top of. So yeah, if you look at the background, you can you see how these colors are kind of sitting next to each other, like juxtaposed. So it's like the blue right there is just sitting next to the pink, and then blue and pink, and then yellow, orange. So that's juxtaposition there. So I'd like to show you that because I do that a lot in my paintings, and so for example, right here, you can see up here like how the one on the left is juxtaposed, but it's very not blended at all. So you see the orange and the green, kind of scarlet and green. But this right here in the middle, it's the same wash or same colors, but it's just blended a little bit, which is what I usually like to go for. And then over here, you can see it's just totally obliterated. It's over blended. So I just want to show you that because, like, on my background here, you can see that I did some juxtaposition of colors, kind of very gently. It's very light, but I remember how I tried to kind of go back with the tip of the brush to blend it. But I tried to just almost like tickle the paper to blend it, because I didn't want to over blend it like that picture here, where it's on that right side there, it's over blended. Because then it starts to lose the life and become a little bit dull and lose the beautiful subtle color harmony, you know what I mean? Yeah, so maybe if you look at we should keep going on this because I did mention that we had a few hours on this, but it's probably more likely to take longer than that. But if we finish this, oh, so glad to hear that, Cindy, and yeah, it's easy to paint. Let's see. Let's come back to the background, and so I want to think again. Like, do I want any white paper left back here? And I honestly didn't really leave any white paper down here except the tusk. But I am gonna paint this darker, and on that layer I can leave some of what we did here, leave it dry as our lights, So the top, I think, and that's gonna bring the elephant forward because the elephant's gonna have more lights on it. So let's go in back up here. Make sure this wash is dry enough so that it doesn't connect to this background that we're putting in. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna basically just bring it within about a half an inch or quarter inch of the elephant right now, of the top of the head. Because if you look at my sketch here, I kept it lighter above the elephant, the background. And so if I want to kind of emulate that and replicate that, I need to keep that dry right now. Because wherever you wet the paper, the color's gonna go there. It's gonna move through that water and cover everything that's wet pretty much. So because I want that to stay lighter, I'm gonna keep it dry for the moment. Yeah, if anything stays dry paper, it's possible that this little spot right there, because that is like the focal point, so that's where the connection is happening, and it's a more dynamic area that I want to bring the viewer's eye to. So like that contrast of the background being really white or bright is important right there if I want to lead the eye to that spot, you know what I mean? Alright, so I'm just gonna kind of like take it into this second elephant here. Keep this dry on the trunk there. But if you go ahead and wet the background and the foreground together, the elephant here and the background, it's just gonna kind of keep this elephant softer so that the viewer won't like get stuck over here, and it's not really a super important area to me, so okay, yeah, I think that's a pretty good place to start. Let's take a look at our water here, and also like I need to even that water out, so I'm gonna turn the paper, kind of let it even out, Oh, Wendy, that's a good question. Is this what is known as trapping the light? That's a good question. I'm not, I think that, I love light in my paintings, and that's one of my favorite, things about painting is just capturing the light. I'm not sure, because I haven't heard it put that way about trapping the light, but, for me, I think the light is so often a key, prominent feature that I'm trying to capture, because it often, it evokes a lot of the emotion and mood, and often helps tell the story, but it also gives dimension to what you're painting. But I think, Wendy, for me, like capturing the light, it probably does have to do with dimming down the parts that aren't important with less contrast. The lights won't be as bright, and then the ones that are important are gonna be brighter, so then it just looks even brighter and can feel like it's glowing. And also other effects can contribute to that, like this light edge and color on the edges can kind of make it feel like it's glowing in a way, you know what I mean? So let's come in here, and so this is that dominant color again. So if you look at, I left everything, I made everything wet except this little patch there and that edge right along the top of the elephant's head. But everything else is wet right now. And my paper is kind of on the lighter weight side, so it's actually buckling quite a bit, so I'm gonna kind of bend it to make it even out more. Alright, so let's come up here. So the pink is, to me, not the coolest color in the painting, you know? So, the cooler colors tend to work best in the shadows and in the darks. So wherever it's darker is probably where I'm gonna put more of the blues, since that's the cooler color. And the warmer colors are gonna be usually where the lights are. And so that's where the more yellowy tones are gonna go. So I'm just putting the pinks in more of the mid-tones, basically, to transition from warms to cools. And then we can put the warms in. So here's the warm yellow. So I'm gonna go for like this warmer yellow with burnt sienna. I'm just gonna put it in more of these lighter areas here where the light's kind of coming down from the top here. Usually light outdoors especially has a lot of yellow in it from the sun. So you can kind of see like this warm glow that the light gives to things, you know? If it's taking you too long, you might want to switch to a larger brush. Sometimes if I feel like this is taking too long and I'm kind of fiddling with it too much, I need to go to a bigger brush, and that way I'll just be quicker and not mess too much with it with just lay it in more confidently and leave it. So yeah, I'm not gonna actually go with orange because that wasn't in the color study. I was about to grab orange, but I realized, wait, that's not a part of the color schemes as much. So I'm gonna go with the manganese blue, again back in the back here. Make sure your paper isn't like puddled up too much at this point, because at this point I don't want these colors to spread together. I want them to kind of stay somewhat separate, you know, because I don't want the blue to mix with the yellow, you know. So here I'm gonna juxtapose again. So you see this is the Quin Rose and on the palette here, and so I'm just gonna come right in here and put that Quin Rose right in between that yellow color that I put in. Okay, you know, I think I could actually blend it a little bit with let the color run, which is kind of the opposite of what I just said, but like, as long as I don't let it go into the light, I think it's okay. Gonna blend it more towards the edges of the paper here. I find it's fun to blend this way, and it actually works really well. Okay, so the calmness of that wash right there, you can see that it has by blending it, it really quieted it down. And so that's a good thing, because for me, I want the elephant to be more spotlighted in a way, like more emphasized. So it's almost like a stage show, you know, like quieting down the background, quieting down like the other voices, so that the main actor can, you know, shine in be the center of it, the show. So I switched to a small brush here just so I can kind of come in with the tip into these little pieces of that texture, the skin texture, where all those wrinkles there. Alright, yeah, so I like the light coming in from there, you know, it's a good way to break up the big shape in the background. If the background's just too flat and too much the same too long, it's gonna really kind of probably pull the viewer's eye up there. We need something to break up that big flat shape, so that little bit of variation right there in contrast kind of gives something for the viewer's eye to like move to, and then back down to this side like a circle. Little bit of manganese blue over here, you know. And sometimes I can see my washes becoming a little bit dry, so it's tempting to keep on going, you know, because I feel like I haven't gotten everything in here that I want to. But it's better just to let it take its course, be patient with it, and you know, kind of leave it, because if it becomes too dry to work, because it's okay, because you can just add a second layer after it's dry. Just come back in about 20 minutes and just carry on, wet it again, and you can pretty much carry on from where you left off. Yeah, so this is a little hooker's green. I'm very light on the brush, you know. I don't want it to stand out much. I just want it to be very subtle, you know. And if I let that green become too strong, it's gonna start to take away from the mood of that the pink and the blue is creating. That pink, blue, and yellow are what's really giving us the nice effective mood. And so if we veer away into too many color choices, it's gonna, you know, kind of dilute our message, you know. Okay, I'm just thinking, what can I do now? Because it's kind of dry, you know, it's getting to the drier side. It's like kind of satiny, almost semi-glass look, you know, the reflection there. So I'm just gonna try to, it'll take some paint still, it's just not gonna spread and not gonna blend as well. So any areas that we can put a little colored on that doesn't need to be blended very much, I think would be alright to put in, you know. It's interesting, like, that color is pretty, you know, real psychological, because, like, I bought this DVD, like, documentary about color, like psychology of color, and that a whole hour of talking about that, and So it's kind of interesting because like, so right now with this limited color scheme, it's like that color limited palette sending a psychological kind of message, you know. And like for example, if we start to add red or green, or even like ultramarine blue that's more purpley, it's got a different you know, psychological message and feel, and so it's gonna kind of like be another voice, different voice that's kind of gonna be create almost like discord, you know, not be harmonious, and it will work against the message. So I'm gonna lay a little bit of warmth in now. This is that yellow with a little bit of gamboge with some burnt sienna is what that is. Just along the edge of the elephant there. So it's gonna give it a little bit of a suggestion of a glow. And then we can come back and lose this edge up here. Alright, so let's come in now, and I'm gonna switch to my nylon brush because we could keep losing edges with this brush, but this is a natural hair brush. It's which means it's very soft and floppy, and they're great brushes, but like for losing edges, and if you have to like rub it a little bit, the stiffer nylon synthetic is better. Yeah, Psychology of Color, I think that's what that was called. It was produced by I think it was produced by, might have been National Geographic, or it was one of those great courses series or productions. Great courses. Alright, so I'm just coming in. So the reason I waited to scrub this edge is till it was just barely wet is so that the color didn't just bleed into the highlight right there. If I had softened the edges like while it was real wet, the color would have just kind of like spread in and lost the white of the paper. Yeah, make sure your water's not too dirty. If you want to save those whites real clean, you know. My water's actually quite dirty, but I'm not too worried about it because I've got a very large container here, so the larger it is, the more diluted it stays cleaner longer. Alright, so let's stop there. That's a good place to stop with that wash back there. Okay, you can see that little piece of lint, but I'm not gonna touch it. That's always like usually a mistake because the paper is damp, and so if I try to get that off of there, it could kind of create some splotchy marks or tear the paper. So let's just leave that. So you can see how putting that little color on this elephant while that was connected, it just kind of created a little bit of a soft glow of color around the elephant, so it softens that guy out, and then it brings the attention more to here. So yeah, I think this is dry enough. We could come back to this area And, you know, we need, we've got the lights in enough. We could come in for our middle values and start to put in more details. And I just want to do a little example here first, because this is kind of, I've been talking about it a little bit, but it's really important. So like what we just did, a lot of it was wet into wet, which is, you know, meaning wet brush into wet paper. So we wet the paper first, and then we took a very wet brush and we dropped that paint into wet paper. But this side, let's do like a dry brush into damp paper. So it'll be a little wet, but not as wet of paper. So the brush is gonna be a lot drier on this one. So I just want to show you this because it's so big on like the timing. I mean, how wet your brush is and how wet the paper is. Just on being able to control the watercolor and make it do what you want it to do. So this side I'm gonna wet it pretty good, you know, pretty glossy here. Actually I'm just gonna do both of them to start with. I'll work on this one first, and then by the time we get over here, the paper's gonna be a little drier. Okay, so can you see? It's a nice glossy wetness there. So I'm gonna go in with a so this is wet brush into wet paper, so I need to use a lot of water in my color. So this is basically what we just did is and I'm gonna try to paint like just something random here. How about try to paint an ostrich, you know, and it's not gonna work very well because of this technique. It's just not gonna work for it. But you can see how much it spread. See how it just like spread out, and so that's what we need for the background. What we just did on the elephant is perfect. That's the perfect technique for the background like that, or the underneath layer of your subject is wet into wet. It's perfect. So you know, you can't really do much detail because it's so wet. It just kind of spreads. But on this side, you can see over here, after about a minute, it's dried a little bit. It's not as wet as this one was. So and then I'm gonna make sure my brush is drier, so it's gonna be a dry brush into damp paper. So I'm gonna try to come into the palette here and kind of come into like a real dry area, like where the paint's real thick and dry. So it's gonna be like kind of almost like melted butter that I'm gonna paint with, or like it could be like half and half, or cream, you know, depending on how much you want the paint to spread. So I'm gonna go for this and try it. So here's like, see how it just kind of sticks there. The drier the brush is, the drier the paint mix on the brush, the more it just is gonna kind of like be a distinct shape, you know what I mean? The more water we add, it's gonna kind of make it spread just a little bit, you know? All right, so it's pretty distinct, you know. Um, so it's a good technique for as your paper's drying and becoming more like a satin reflection. This is a good technique for if you want to create kind of soft details, softer brush marks, you know. So you can see where I started on the body. It was the softest, because that's when the paper was wettest. But as I'm going here, it's becoming just a little bit more distinct, and it's almost like I'm drawing with the paint, you know. So you can see there, see that right there is like dry. So it went it's too dry, and you know, unless you want it to be sharp, but it just comes out like a marker on dry paper, because that paper, it got so dry. So like I started here and it was the softest, and then you know, two, and the leg was later, so that was a little more sharper, and then here was last, so you can see how it just kind of was the sharpest. So, and then this that's still wet actually. So with that in mind, I'd like to paint the elephant, the details with this technique. We've been mostly using the wet and the wet so far, but as we get more into the face of the elephant, I'm gonna want it to be more detailed, but not, I don't want it to be like scratchy, sharp details mostly. I want to have more of this kind of work. So yeah, let's see, let's go for this. Sometimes sometimes you just gotta jump in. That's how. So I'm gonna use a big brush here just to try to make it kind of go faster. What I'm probably gonna do is just wet right in the shadow to start with, you know. The shadow of the face, and I'm gonna probably leave the the lights of the eyelids dry. There's these little highlights on the eyelids up above the eye. Painting sure takes a lot of faith sometimes. You know, everybody, no matter where they're at on their painting journey, you know, you have so much to learn. And like for me, I'm I've been kind of like finding plein air is the place where I challenge myself more often in the last few years, and it's like painting outside on location, and it's takes a lot of faith though, you know. Every time you put your brush on the paper, you just have to trust the process, you know, and don't worry about it too much, because just treat everything as like you're learning, you know. But like, I often feel, I don't know about if y'all feel this way, but like, often it's still halfway through the painting and I'm like, this is a disaster, and then it finally comes together, because I just have to like, you know, just to trust the process and keep going with it. As long as you are applying for me, like, as long as I apply the principles that I know and want to use in my work, I need to just trust it and keep going, you know? So this is a nice brush. It's got like, it's a cool brush, so it's got a nice little point on it, so it's real versatile. You can get into these little grooves and things, but it also has such a large volume of hair to like hold water, so you can just kind of keep going without having to go back to the water dish very much, you know? Oh, good. Thanks, Cindy. Yeah, it can be terrifying. Painting can be terrifying. That I can understand. Relate to that. I used to sit, years like when I first started watercolor 20 something years ago. With Robert and Sharon Long. Um, I was just a kid, but like I just sit there because I know if I just sat there long enough, they'd come over and show me what to do, and they'd have to pick the brush up to show me what to do. So, um, then they'd end up like painting part of the painting for me. So that kind of helped me to like finish the painting, but I was just so intimidated by it. It didn't take that long though to finally catch on, Just I remember it took some years though. Negative painting like always seemed intimidating, but it doesn't anymore, but thankfully, but there's always other things to me feel intimidating, to be honest. There are still things for me that are intimidating, that take a lot of risk to stepping into out of your comfort zone, So I switched to a smaller brush and just kind of coming in more carefully with this up, because I've got these these light areas that we put our underpainting on, and I just don't want to go in with too big of a bulky brush into here, and there's really nice little details of these grooves of the texture, I think, you know what I mean? So I want to come around this eye carefully with this brush, and then we could come up into this little shadow. Yeah, that's a good, that's really a great analogy, Lisa. I like that, yeah, what do you recommend doing when you're stuck? Cindy's asking. That's a good question, Cindy. If anybody has any thoughts or answers on that, feel free to please answer, because when you're stuck, and you feel like it's not working for you, I guess for me, I guess going back to these little studies like this here and doing sketches really helps me a lot. It's like a lot of the heavy lifting. I feel like I need to switch to a smaller brush here. So this is a calligraphy brush, you could use a little zero brush like this, but I like this one. It's a Chinese calligraphy brush that my student Siling sent me from Malaysia, and it's just been great. The hairs are longer, so it like you can it holds more paint, and you know what? I'm sorry. I need to just go back to this brush so I can put color in. Yeah, I think one thing I heard about if you feel stuck, like this, I forgot the artist's name that does so much of that daily painting stuff, and she made a book called Daily Painting. And I read it, and it really inspired me, because like if you feel stuck or you feel like you're just too busy to make art, she really spoke to that a lot, and she just talked about doing really little manageable kinds of art that you can do quickly, and like 6 by 6 inches, and like even if you have kids or have a baby, and just keep your space set up, and but like little things like that, I feel little paintings and little studies take the pressure off, and they allow you to just experiment and play with it, and without the emotional kind of like attachment to your art, and you don't feel like a failure, if you spend like an hour or 30 minutes on something and it doesn't look right. Like I expect it to not look quite right sometimes, and so that can, I think, kind of stimulate some inspiration or ideas, if for me at least. Oh yeah, y'all have some good ideas over there in the chat. Thanks for commenting. So I'm just putting the Quinn Rose down still, that's all. I can get more detailed with this later. I'm actually working right now, wet into wet right now, and as this dries later a little bit more, we can start to do this kind of work. But I'm in this wet into wet stage right now. So I'm gonna take this on up to this sharp edge, because if you look at the sketch, there's that nice sharp edge up there on the top of the trunk, So I'm gonna just take that right up there. And then yeah, it's very pink, but it's okay, because we'll before it dries, we can drop our blues and our, if we have any browns or yellows or earth tones, we can drop them in. We're just at this kind of starting place right now. It's super wet still, and I like it that way. I want it to be super wet, because it's right now it's soaking into the paper slowly and saturating that paper. The more that paper gets saturated, the more time it's gonna give me to work, The pink goes with the message, so oh yeah, Melody, I like, you said I like pink. I think you voted for the pink one in that our dog painting last class too. It's a very calming color. I think I've heard it's like one of the most calming colors to most people. So it goes with the message. I feel like calmness connection. I like the, elephants are obviously really strong and powerful, but like, and they can be very intimidating because usually they'll do these mock charges where they're bluffing you, but sometimes they don't. They do a real charge and they put their ears back, straight back, and they run like at 30 miles an hour or something like that, and so fast their like body is at an angle. This happened with us, and so they can be intimidating. But here, like, I want to like show more of a feminine part, where it's like, so the pink kind of goes with that. It's softer and more gentle, and and like you've seen maybe in elephants can actually be very emotional and gentle creatures and really smart, so I kind of want to like capture that side of them and not quite just the power. Yeah, this is taking a while, but that's just the way my process is, So I appreciate y'all's patience because I know some people like to paint more direct with watercolor. So we could do it more direct. It just will tend to create more of a impressionistic look. It won't probably have as much I like the realistic with impressionism, so I think it's beautiful when artists do that. That's my favorite paintings, are like little areas of realism like set next to all this really wild impressionism and brush strokes and brushwork and texture and things like that. So maybe we can do some of that in a little while, but I think building up this more gentle part first with softer, more carefully done washes will help, because I wanted to contrast. If we do any texture or like real action, like texture and abstraction, it needs to be done. I think I need to establish this first so that I can compare and relate anything else to this, you know what I mean? Okay, so yeah, you can see that, I started wet in the wet like this, and then it's actually like in between these stages right now. So I'm putting down kind of more color that's a little more isolated than this is, a little more distinct. It hasn't gotten to this stage yet where it's like a whole lot more distinct and of shapes that we can make, but it's getting there, you know. I'm not in a hurry to it for it to get there, because we can basically work with the paper where it's at and use the wetness that it's currently at, you know what I mean? So let's come in here. Yeah, I think I need a little more blue, a little more be a little more bold with this. Remember, watercolor dries lighter. It dries like often like 30% lighter, so I still it still fools me sometimes. Probably to make it the value you really want it, you almost have to go uncomfortably dark, just a little bit uncomfortably dark with it. But it's okay if you don't. If you have to go darker later on, it's fine, because we can just do an extra layer. It might just take a little more time, you know. So I want the pink to keep showing through. I don't want to overwhelm this with blue. So I'm trying to pick certain areas to put that blue, manganese blue in, and not just spread it across the whole area. Kind of juxtaposing the colors again. So I'm looking at my photo and my color study, because my photo actually does inform us of like where the light's hitting, where there's reflective color. There's warmer areas in the shadows because of reflective color. So there's valuable things to get from the photograph, but I want to keep kind of bouncing back and forth from looking at the photo to the studies also, so I don't get like captivated by the photo, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm just gonna come in here now finally with this little brush like I was gonna do earlier, and just come in here and pull some of these pull it up into some of these little grooves. That's pink. I used Quinn Rose here. Yeah, let's see. So yeah, I can tell you about that round brush. But I'm sorry, I'm not sure which brush I was holding at the time. Maybe you can tell me which color it is. Okay, now if all these are too much the same, then it might look a little bit like a picket fence, or like, you know, making pattern. But I think they're okay, because there's a lot of ones that are longer and shorter, and some are wider. You know, pattern is one of the strongest elements of art, you know, to attract attention. Pattern can really draw the viewer's eye a lot, so trying not to keep it too trying to make it natural looking by variations of the lengths and widths. Yeah, so this brush, the black one, honestly, it's all worn off. I think it was a Winsor & Newton Series 7 round brush, which is a sable brush. Sorry, I think that's what it is. Those are good brushes. They're kind of pricey, you know. But they'll last a long time. if you take care of them. So here's some brown matter with a little bit of Antwerp, and so it's like a neutrally red here. I'm gonna make it a little bit more grayer here with the Antwerp, and very dry mixture. So I've got, like, you can see, kind of a melted butter mixture here. Right in for that eye right there. And then right in the shadow, the darkest there. Yeah, I used to use all synthetic brushes actually for years, up until like well, 10 years ago. And then I really, used a few natural hair brushes and was like, it kind of grew on me because it felt weird at first. And then eventually I really began to appreciate them a lot, their strengths, because I was so used to the synthetic that I didn't really appreciate it as much at first. But the natural hair brushes, even though they're kind of expensive, but if you paint a lot then and can afford them, then it's worth it. But I think, but they hold a lot of water, so they hold a lot more water than synthetic brushes do. So that's kind of really valuable for painting more quickly, more loosely, more fluidly. And they also make great texture because of how soft they are. They can bend really nicely, and they can just really easily make great texture, where it's hard to do that with synthetic brushes. But if they're kind of expensive for you, like I understand, and they make great, like actually, like Princeton Neptune makes really nice, they're made to mimic natural hair. They're not natural hair, but they mimic it, and they're really pretty good actually. So I'm just coming around, and see on my drawing, I've got these soft edges in places. So I'm coming around and softening those. Some of them need to stay sharp. So I'm gonna leave the sharp edges and just come around and, like, with a damp brush, and just rub those soft lines. Oh yeah, Allison, I really, that's a good question. Artist quality paints are great. I do use only artist quality paints, or, yeah, but it's not bad to use student, like, academy or student grade or whatever you call it. They're, they're good to practice with, but they just don't have the brilliance and the transparency and the vibrancy and as the artist grade does. And honestly, they don't last as long. The tube doesn't last as long, so you kind of run through it faster because it's made with filler, and got a lot of filler in it, which I'm not sure what that actually is. I know they don't grind the paint up as fine. Artist grade paints are ground more finely, which makes them more transparent. Alright, so that's good. It just got some edges softened, and yeah, I was using my sketch for that, showing me where to soften edges. So let's leave that alone, and we need to move somewhere separate from this because it's still damp, so I need to move somewhere where it's not gonna touch this. So we could come over to the back of the ear. That would be good. Yeah, man, there are so many different brands of paints that are really great. I just happen to like what I've used, so I just stick with them. But like, there's at least 7 or 8, I think, great, maybe 10 or more really great brands of watercolor paints that are great quality. Yeah, mine, the reason I chose mine, and I have different brands listed, if you were wondering, is because I tested out different brands with different colors, and it just took me a while to find the exact color with the exact brand that would actually make gray with a certain opposite color, because I wanted them to make gray on my palette. So like if you get an ultramarine blue that's made by one brand, it may not make perfect gray with the same orange, because there's just a tiny bit of variation. So it can be like a green gray or a purple gray or something with just a slight hint of purple in it. So like, I took time to like find a brand of the ultramarine and other colors that would actually make a true gray. You know what I mean? So that's kind of why I've got like different brands and listed. Yeah, I've got a video on my website that's open for, like, you don't have to be a member to watch it, about the complementary colors and preparing the palette. If you want to watch that, it's at watercolorsecrets.art. I think that's in like the supplies and preparation category. Yeah, let's see. I'm just coming around the ear here, just to keep that dry for bring it forward, and make this background behind the ear to push it back. And I might actually like wet the ear on this side, on the bottom side, because that way it'll make the background and the ear, the body and the ear kind of merge together a little better for less contrast, so that way the viewer doesn't just get stuck on this ear that's like sticking out with too much contrast, because it's quite a big shape and it's very outlined in the picture, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna try to kind of soften it some with less contrast. Okay, so that's just water right now. And then we can take a little bit of the color here. Yeah, so that background, you know, I mean, it's not background, but I mean the shadow behind the ear. I want it to push back. And so anytime you want to push something farther away and make it less noticeable, if you just neutralize it some, you know, it'll kind of push it back. So I'm gonna keep more clean color on the ear itself and then like make the body behind it more subdued with more neutral tones. Okay, yeah, so that's just the brown matter with a little bit of Antwerp blue. So the reason I chose the brown matter first is because I'm gonna put blue in after this. But choosing the brown matter first is gonna give us kind of some warmth along the ear. So we can put this in and then put the blue in and then leave a little bit of this warmer color kind of glowing around the ear and in some places, you know what I mean? It sounds like fun. Ryan, about the that Daniel Smith makes a really nice warm gray that granulates. That sounds great. It would be fun to try. I've seen some, you know, they have that line, don't they, that has that really neat line of colors that's like really high granulation. It just sounds kind of fun to try some of those and use it in creative ways in paintings. I was wondering if anybody here has done that. I haven't really done that. I think, aren't they like called Primatech or something? Yeah, let's see. Let's come in here now. So this is actually a little scarlet, so I should actually use, instead of scarlet, I should use pure brown matter to make sure I stay harmonizing with the rest of the color scheme. I'll have to try that, Ryan. That sounds like fun. Alright, so it's really puddled. Right now you can see it's like got this big puddle there, but it's okay. You know, I'm working wet into wet. And then I think as long as I'm gonna put the blue in now, and as long as it's not too wet that the blue and the brown matter don't just kind of mush together too much, I should pull some water off if they start to kind of like get over mixed, you know what I mean? Over blended. Okay, yeah, I think I'll pull some of that water off right here. That's cool. The Primatex made of natural stones and pigments. I actually do have one amethyst genuine made of it actually has amethyst in it, which it's really fun because it's real subtle, but it has like a sparkle effect from the amethyst. If you use it thick enough, it's not like too funky or anything. It's just really subtle, but it's neat. So I'm gonna use a little pink because this isn't quite harmonizing enough with this area. Um, so let's come in with a little bit of the Quinrose, and that's gonna help this area to more connect to the rest of the elephant and harmonize better. Yeah, so you can see I overlapped the ear right here, and that's because of the shadow on the left side of the ear. I just need to come in and soften that though before it's too dry. Get a little bit of brown matter there, and right on the edge, just creating some of that little bit of texture of the skin there. I think, yeah, let's come in more manganese blue back here. If it's too colorful, it will, bring it forward, remember? But it is gonna dry lighter, so just remember, oh, let's see, yeah, so on my color study, I've got this real nice kind of neutralized brown matter. Oh, that's I think I need to just buy some of those Primatech colors, right, and try them out because they always look so cool. It sounds like fun. So it sounds like you've experimented with them. Let's see. So here's the brown matter with some Antwerp. I'm just trying to get it the right color. It's just too gray, so I think that's better. If it's too gray, it's just not gonna give the nice color contrast. So I want like a warm and cool contrast. So like here, this is a warm gray, and it's gonna create a nice kind of gentle contrast with the blues. If this is too gray, it won't really do that, you know what I mean? Okay, so this stage it's becoming kind of like in between these stages. So, it's we can blend, but not a whole lot. So we need to be, I'm just gonna use like the tip of the brush here to blend. And then, yeah, we don't need to like do too much more on this shadow really. So that's a little bit of yellow right into that edge there. Yellow with burnt sienna. Just to warm it up as it comes closer to the light and to the focal area, or closer to the center of the composition. So I need to get in here and soften a few edges, like this edge right here should be softened, so I'm gonna take this synthetic brush again and just like run it along that edge there. So there's not much water on my brush, just to ensure that I don't create a blossom, you know. Just remember, so if you lose the edge too soon, that color's gonna spread onto the ear. So I kind of wanted to wait for it to become just dry enough that it will soften without spreading a lot, you know. Okay, let's so I think that's pretty good, so I'm just gonna leave that sharp for a good point of contrast to indicate the edge of the ear, you know. And we could come in with a real dry brush here, kind of like that ostrich we did. Just gonna come in and kind of just really lightly indicate a few little pieces of this ear up in here. Okay, you can see it's getting too dry right there. I don't want it to come out like this over here, so I'm gonna like try to just leave that alone now. Okay, and then the top here, can soften that little bit up there. I did think about softening this earlier, but I didn't want to because I felt like it was too wet up there and it would have spread into the background. So just kind of waited till it was a little bit like satin reflection. Alright, so let's leave that alone. You know, this is a little sharp, but I mean, we could soften part of that. I like the sharpness in a way in some of it, so we could leave some of that, and let's just pull it back. Sometimes I just have to like stand up, and it's just helpful to stand up and see your painting as a whole, see it from a distance, and just see how the composition is working together, you know. So that we can build a nice composition and not get too focused up close, you know. Okay, yeah, let's we could just move over here really, because if you look at this, we've got a nice couple layers in here, and so let's just do this one so that we kind of complete that, not finish it, but just connect that more focal point area, and it'll make more sense, you know what I mean? So, yeah, let's see. Let's take a... Man, I feel like I'm going through a transition phase with my brushes. I don't know if you guys have used Chinese brushes much, or Japanese brushes, but ever since my student from Malaysia sent me like a few brushes to try, it's like I think I'm being like converted to using Chinese brushes all the time. So and I had to search for a good source for them here in the United States, which I found one finally. And you know, if you order them on the internet, it's easy like to get ones that aren't the best quality, because they'll do stuff like put good hair on the outside and not good hair on the inside and stuff like that. So but I found this place called Oriental Art Supply online, and they have really, I've bought some from them and they're really good. So yeah, let's does anyone else here paint with Chinese brushes? Let's see, so I'm gonna just cover this whole elephant pretty much, because this one's all in shadow, you know. Oh yeah, let's see, so let's just cover this with water. Oh yeah. Look at it, I see them. Do you like to order from them and use the Chinese brushes, James? So I'm just coming in here kind of carefully with the tip of the brush and trying to, actually I don't need to be that careful really, because if I look at my drawing, it's very soft and not distinct on this edge here. I found most of the Chinese brushes remind me of quill brushes more, but they're kind of their own shapes. But they hold a lot of water and they just have this really great point, because the way that they make them in this big piece here, it just like tapers off to this such nice point. Yeah, about my palette, I kind of did swipe some color out from the tube on some of these to create like a circle, and it kind of just makes it more convenient to get to your color sometimes, and it also like holds your little puddle in without it spreading around, moving by itself, Just put like a little tiny swipe of thin color from the tube there, and it can be enough. Alright, let's go. So we've got this nice and wet here. Okay, so I'm gonna do actually like use some brown madder with a little bit of Antwerp to start with, because I want this elephant to be a little more neutral. It looks really dark, but it's not really, it just has a lot of water right now. It's gonna dry a lot later than that, So we can add some more pure color in just a little bit. But this way, by putting a neutral first, it's gonna like automatically subdue everything else I put into this elephant, just to make sure that it is not too clean and too vibrant, Alright, it's quite puddled up in there. Maybe at this point, it's fine. I like the puddle because it gives me peace of mind actually, because I know like it's just gonna give me extra time to work. Right now I'm just taking my time because I know that as long as there's this puddle here, it's not really, I'm not losing any time. It's not really, the clock has not started ticking really of the drying time. So once I start adding colors in, the clock's gonna start ticking. Cause the reason why is at that point, once I start getting more variety of colors in, at that point I don't want to keep adding water back to this. So I need to just like work with it with the wetness it is and just let it take its course. So yeah, so I'm gonna add a little bit of manganese blue again. Actually should lift some of that puddle off of there, because if there's too much water, like a puddle, it can blend your variations of color together. So I'm gonna lift that up and then drop the blue in. I kept this elephant a little more cool in the color study, a little bluer and grayer, because cooler color pushes things back and people don't look at them quite as much as warm color. Warm color draws the eye to it and brings things forward. Yeah, same with vibrancy versus neutrals. Alright, so yeah, that's good to start with, and then kind of just lost the edge at the bottom, just taking it right off the chin there. If you make a sharp line right there going to the edge of the paper, it's one of those places that could kind of pull the viewer's eye off the page. So by just like losing that edge completely as it goes off the page, it can prevent that from happening. The viewer will look more here instead of here. Thanks for joining me to paint this today. I don't know. I'm actually not sure if you can post a photo in the chat on comments afterward on YouTube. But if you could, that would be neat to see what y'all are doing if y'all wanted to post a picture in the comments afterward. Yeah, we do this once a month as a class online, painting like this together on Zoom, and then like more frequent live streams. But and then the class will share them in our group, which it's fun to see. It's always neat to see everybody's unique. Everybody has their own unique approach and style, you know. It's a little pink there. You can go darker. I think I could be a little more intense with this. I just build it up gently. Someone told me on a class one time, like, you really like sneak up on it. And I guess the reason why is because oftentimes my paintings, I'm kind of oftentimes going for like some sense of a calmness in a lot of them, and not always, but in that case it tends to work to me to like sneak up on it like that. Okay, here's a little bit of the brown matter with some Antwerp in the eye, and then we could just go ahead and go a little bit darker, like in the mouth, and it's gonna feel a little strong though, but it is, just remember it will dry lighter. I don't want to lose the pink completely with this gray brown matter mixture, so I like the gray brown matter, and it does help push it back and create less attention from the viewer, but I don't want to lose the pink completely because that gives it kind of that freshness and keeps it connected to the other elephant, I think, you know what I mean? So there's the cornrows back, and they're just kind of coming back with, try to maybe not too much. Yeah, let's come in here just a little bit stronger, a little stronger. It's a lot of pink, but it will dry lighter, and then we can come in with the brown matter with Antwerp on top of it. That will subdue it a little bit, neutralize it some. Alright, so you can see this elephant. It's already drying on this side. It's because the paper's not flat and it's like lifted up higher over here. So I need to take care of that because this edge is drying, and I don't want that to leave that hard line there. You know what I mean? Just come in and lift that out with a... And we could go ahead and connect it to the background up here. Remember, put the water down. There's that space in between, and then just match the wetness and then connect that. Soften that line there. And yeah, I think you can see it bleeding out into the background, and I think it's okay. That's kind of what I was saying before about, like, if you soften it too soon, it'll spread into the background, but I think it's okay, because, you know, you can always lift it off before it dries all the way, but if I look at my sketch, it's got a lot of darker value back there anyways in the background, so I'm just going to let it kind of move back there. But that's going to create kind of a last edge there, and if we keep a little sharp point right there, that'll allow the viewer to kind of still not know what's happening, and it's not too lost, and help the eye to move through the painting still. Thanks, Cindy, for joining us here. Enjoy your dinner tonight. So I'm gonna come in right there now. Alright, and then, so, yeah, I'm looking at this trunk too, you know, because the drawing is soft there, except this side, so I want to soften that, and it's a lot of edge to soften, but I'm gonna go ahead and prepare this. So if you put oh, thanks Jenny, Cindy, glad you enjoyed it. God bless you. Put this around there. So you can you see that water with the dry space in between? And then make sure it's matching wetness before you connect it. If this is too wet and I connect it, it can pretty much, you know, wash or paint away. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. If that spread too much, you can go back and lift with a dry brush there. So that's spreading a lot. So, you know, you can kind of babysit it. I think my student, Lori, had that term of babysitting the edge, and yeah, just sit there to make sure, watch it, that it doesn't keep spreading too far, you know, and if it does, just kind of babysit it and lift it up again, and eventually it'll get dry enough that it won't spread anymore. So yeah, I think I said 3 hours for this demo, but like every Zoom class we do, it seems like it takes longer than that. So when we're actually doing like a whole painting like this, so you know, y'all are welcome, of course, to come back if you need to. If you need to leave, and you can watch it later on the replay if you can't stay for the whole thing. So I'm gonna keep going. I know that we're probably almost at the 3 hour mark pretty soon, but I'm gonna keep on going if you want to stay. Let's just stop now and for a moment and take a break, because for if anyone needs to leave early, I'd just like to show y'all just what we've got going on in my online classes a little bit, and then just let you invite you to join if you want to, and then we'll get back to painting. But yeah, so I'd just like to show you real quick. This is the home page for my online classes. So if you join, we've got this archive of tutorials. There's a couple hundred hours plus of tutorials, but we do like these live streams. Try to do them weekly, probably about 30 times a year, and you can see these live streams. The Panda we've done in the last couple months, where we did 2 hours a week, and we just gradually built it up there and to the finished piece there. So that's been a nice format. And then we did a critique just the last week. Yeah, and then we do once a month Zoom classes. So these are kind of like what we're doing today, but on Zoom and a little more. So that's the last couple of years of Zooms, but we've also got an archive separate from this of Zooms, and then different like some portraits. Different levels of this. These are easier ones here. They're not the easiest, but easier than the portrait. So yeah, if you want to learn more, I'd love to have you join, and we've got a community, so where you can post what you're painting and ask questions to me or share with the group, you know, and it's really fun. So I'd like to just real quick before we get back to painting, if you want to write this down, if you're interested in joining, you can take this one of these codes here, and so if you want to try it for a month, on the right side over here, you can take that code, and it's just $10 for a month, and that's for just the 1 month of the membership. But then if you want to if you've done it before and you want to do a whole year, that'll give you a really big discount if you know that you want to join for a while. And so yeah, if you want to take that, and that expires next in several days, so I'd love to see you there. There we go. Yeah, let's get back to our painting. Oh, and if anybody signs up with, in the next week or so, I'm gonna give this demo away, finish it and give it away. So I'll include all the people that are sign up and all the students on there, and draw a name, and so maybe you could win the demo. That would be fun. Oh yeah. Okay, I'll go back to the code here real quick, and then you can take a look at that. I think you can also rewind the video. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's get back to this. So that's worked out, and look, you can see it kind of spread out there. And it may have spread a little too much, but I think it's okay. We can just let it dry, because it's at that stage that it's very temperamental to work with. So let that dry, and then we can come back and kind of lift that off if we need to. So let's come in. So we really need to build up the medium values over here, and I've got the shadow started, but it's just a little bit too light, and I like building it up gently like this, because it just kind of gets a lot of nuances in it, If we build it up really fast, very directly, it can be very strong and vivid, and lots of color and brush, but it just can be not as much nuance in the subtlety. So like building it up in a little bit more layers can give. If you think about the how long it takes to paint each layer, it's about maybe 10 minutes of working time, so it's not very long really. So I'd prefer to have like maybe 30 or 40 minutes, which would be 3 or 4 layers, versus 10 or 20 minutes. You know what I mean? so let's actually, I'm going to actually take this off into the ear a little bit. So I'm gonna put a little bit of pink and Quin Rose here, so you can see where it's wet, and let's just take this off into the ear right here. It's one of those places that painting on the shadow and off the shadow, it will help to kind of make it a bit more connected feel. But I don't want to put too much cool color in here while this is wet, because the cool may spread into the warm, if you know what I mean. That's a good question, Susan. If you do the 1 month trial, can you delay start until after the holidays? It isn't set up for that, but if you email me, then I can have no problem with giving you the same thing when you're ready. So you would have to email me, and then I can send you a new code. Okay, so there's a little bit of texture up there. So I'm just gonna come in with the tip of the brush, because I see these nice little light reflecting highlights where it's reflecting the sunlight, and I'd like to suggest those, and just with the tip of the brush kind of dot it in here so that we can get some of those little texture of the pieces, little texture of that skin showing. So this is just gonna be a suggestion of detail, Keeping it very wet, because can you see how much water there is? It's a lot. It's so that way I can kind of take my time and not have to feel rushed, Sometimes it's better to take this from the opposite side. You can turn your paper, might make it easier here, just to get that angle of the brush for those details right on the line there. Alright, that's good. We can trying to negative paint some of that detail, and there's all the texture of the skin, all the battles, and maybe scratching on the tree trunks, and they like to scratch the trees and then eat, or scratch their backs on the trees and their sides, and they'll eat the tree actually, and I think for extra nourishment, and they'll just kind of go through the forest and leave like these stumps. Okay, let's come in and drop in a little more extra variety of color. So that is on the light side, and which is gonna be warmer, and you can see on my color study it's warmer. So I've got some of these yellow tones with the yellow and burnt sienna. I'm gonna drop that in. This will make it look a little more natural, a little more warmer, and not quite so pink. Yeah, and then it looks really strong right now, but I know that this is gonna get so much stronger that won't look too strong, and also it's gonna dry lighter too. So let's come in now and soften the back here. Alright, so let's, so right now you can see that line is really sharp at the top, and that's the main thing I'm really looking at. I need to soften that, but it's kind of like this here. I don't want it to move out to spread too much, you know what I mean? Oh, thanks, Martina. So glad you joined my classes. I look forward to seeing you there. Hopefully you can join up on some of our lives. And yeah, so I'm waiting for this. What I'm waiting for is the reflection to become a little bit less shiny, because I know that reflection means it's gonna spread maybe about like maybe this much here, maybe somewhere like that. So I'm just waiting for that reflection to appear just a little bit less shiny. While I'm waiting, we can kind of try to drop in a few little. This is the manganese blue. This will cool some of these areas down just a little bit, you know. I grabbed my really tiny brush and just dropping right into the pink, looking at the photograph and seeing there's a few little kind of subtle grayish shadows in here, and I think that's a good spot for those blues to go. Once it drops into the pink and the yellow, it's gonna kind of neutralize. Okay, yeah. I think it's about time we can come around the outside and soften a few edges here, trying to leave some of that texture behind. So I don't want to really soften every little bit of this. Okay, yeah, I had to basically scrub that because it actually dried so much right there, but that's okay. You know, it just takes a little more friction scrubbing the brush, and I like to soften it better while it's wet because it looks a little cleaner and a little bit less worked, you know, less overworked. But sometimes you just have to scrub it afterwards, you know, like this here. Just wet it, overlap it with water, and then just come in and with the nylon brush here, it'll lift off that color into the brush. And so while that's wet, just dry your brush off and pull any loose color off the page. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's better. So let's come in here. I think we've got the mids and the light tones, you know. I think we could come in. I'm gonna keep this pretty high key. My paintings, usually I do. So my darks aren't gonna be as dark as the photograph. So because the lights and the midtones are lighter. So I think we've got pretty much a good base of mid and light tones here, but we need to get darker values in to really give it more pop and dimension, bring out the shapes better, you know. So I'm just gonna re-wet this here, go a little bit darker on the trunk as this trunk in the back goes behind. Oh, good night, Martina. Have a good night. We'll see. Thanks for being here. So yeah, I like to, you know, it might help to turn your paper just to get this angle of the brush pointing into the edge, so you're not like dragging the back of the brush over where you want to create an edge, but this way you can really see what you're doing here and make sure to get a nice clean edge. And so sometimes I just turn the paper for that, and or sometimes I just kind of like hold the brush funny like this. It's a little, takes a little harder to do, but there we go. So yeah, let's come in, just mix up a little more thicker Antwerp and brown madder. Nice red, neutral red there, brown madder. Okay, and then yeah, let's come in here and maybe a little more red in it, a little more brown matters, and then just come in. And so this is gonna be pretty dark. I mean, one of the areas with our darker value in the painting. So that establishes that as a more focal point to lead the viewer's eye to. And switch to a smaller brush. So I can, that was quite a large load of paint, and I'd like to drop more color in here, but drop it in just a little more gently, so my smaller brush is gonna be a little bit lighter of a load that it drops. So I'm gonna put the blue in, and we can, you know, the juxtaposing position that we talked about earlier, putting colors side by side. I'm gonna do that right here so you can see the blue, and I left a little space for another color. I'm gonna take the Quin Rose and drop it right in the middle. I mean right in between where I left that gap there. And do the same over here. And it's clearly too noticeable, so we can just come back in a moment and blend it a little bit. Yeah, clean the brush off and come back and kind of tickle that there. Little bit of brown matter right here. Brown matter with Antwerp mixed together. So I don't want to lose the vibrancy of the blue or the pink, but if I can kind of sneak this brown matter and Antwerp mixture in here and there, it'll help it to kind of look more natural and not like a psychedelic. We're not really at the disco right now. Okay, and then from here, so this will be a little bit darker. Brown matter, a little bit of burnt sienna. Well, actually, it's a little bit of yellow gamboge with the brown matter. And then we can pull a little bit of that up into the trunk here and just kind of create some of these folds. So that was actually, I grabbed Quin Rose here. Just a suggestion, you know, it almost looks too strong of a pattern. So we can just maybe come right back in, take the brush and a little bit of clean water and just soften that top part of this out, and maybe even come in with the little touch of water here and soften a few of these edges just to create a little more variety so it's not quite as strong of a pattern like a picket fence, you know. Yeah, that's good. So and then we can pull, before this dries, continue to pull this shadow up a little bit more. Now this is where on my sketch it's a very sharp line, so I don't mind it being pretty contrasty right there. And that angle gives it movement, the diagonal. Okay, yeah, and so you can see it's becoming a little dry, like kind of satin again. So this is the point I need to be starting to think about, do I want to use any of this technique here? Possibly in some of the details, but you know, I chose to leave it really simple though on my drawing. I didn't put a whole lot of detail in, and we could put some more detail than that, but I tend to like to leave a lot out and draw the eye to certain spots, because the detail is a form of contrast and it will really draw the eye to it, you know. So if we leave areas more quiet, more restful, it will draw the eye to the more active places. Okay, just a little brown matter and interrupt there. Blend it just with the tip of the brush there, and I think that's good. So we could leave it at that. Just wet a brush here and synthetic brush and just come around and soften a few places, especially right here. That's a nice soft edge where that bottom of the trunk goes behind the other trunk. So we can just take some clean water right here and then bring it right up to the edge. Just lift it a little bit so you can see how it kind of brings that trunk forward by doing that. And this is really strong. I think I need to soften this a little bit, so I'm gonna kind of come in here with the same idea, just a dry brush, and rub this edge just a little bit here on the top, not the whole thing, just the top. I'm looking at my sketch and seeing where I left it softer, you know. All right, yeah. So I think now that's our probably more final layer of value right there. So we just need to kind of you know, continue to strengthen this here, the shadow, more in line with this value, and add a few details, and then we could probably be finished up then, or we could go darker with the background just a little bit, possibly, you know. Yeah, let's drop this shadow in darker. Now that this is dried, now I can see a better gauge of how dark our lights are right here and how dark that shadow needs to go. Pretty wet, you know. I do have the Quinn Rose in the brush, but it's mostly water. It's really a lot of water right here. So I'm putting it down kind of puddled in a way, you know. And let's just take this right up into here. We can use the tip of the brush to kind of pull it into these little tiny grooves. Let it connect with the bigger wash there and help it kind of flow and look connected like that. If we paint too many things separately, it can look patchy and a little outlined. By letting things flow and connect together, it creates more of that real like cohesive and flowing watercolor look, you know. So that's what I'm going for here, a little bit more. So now I'm just gonna add some just water right here. let this pink kind of fade out. Should go darker in here for sure though, but I'll just start with water for now at first. Thanks for being here, Marjo. I'm glad that it was enjoyable to follow. I'd love to see y'all's paintings. Did you paint along? Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's nice and wet there, and not super wet really, but it's enough. And let's just come in before it dries too fast, you know. Go a little bit darker, the manganese blue. Push that just a little darker. I've got quite a lot of pink in here, so I'm gonna avoid putting more pink in for now. I think we could put a little bit of kind of this gray Antwerp with brown matter, just to kind of push this shadow back a little bit. I don't want to lose the color, but just a very light faint wash of this gray made with the brown matter in Antwerp. Alright, shadows are normally grayer. They're always grayer unless you have a lot of really bright reflective color. Alright, that's gonna help to push that back into shadow and bring that light out. I usually start with the clean color though, because you know how we started with such clean color and now we're putting in grays, but that just kind of, because watercolor being transparent, if you don't get clean color in first and you put too many neutrals in, it can be hard to get the cleanliness back. So it's easier to kind of start cleaner, a little more vibrant, and then neutralize colors as you go to get it just the right vibrancy. So while this is wet, kind of like what I was mentioning, keeping shapes connected, we can like take this kind of gray, warm gray with the brown matter, just kind of connect it with this back shape here. I think that's the ear on the opposite side. Let it just connect a little bit there, and I need to kind of lift some of that off, but and then while it's wet, just drop in a little bit of that manganese. You know, that's gonna potentially bring that ear forward back there if we make it too vibrant, so just maybe kind of keep it subtle. Thank you, Jeannie. You know, if you want to try some dry brush texture, you can. I try to be very kind of consider where I use that and not be too quick with it, but it might work good like in here. So it's just kind of like having not too much water on the brush. And it's actually really subtle. I think I like it, but it came out real subtle, which is good. So you can just see that bit of texture right on the edge, and it's just from kind of dragging the brush with not too much wetness on it, dragging it across the paper. Need to be kind of careful how much I do of this because texture grabs a lot of attention. It's a form of contrast. But I do like that, and I think that's a good spot for it, you know? It's a good spot to bring attention to have contrast, you know what I mean? It's just the burnt sienna and a little bit of yellow, and might have a little bit of ultramarine violet graying it down. Alright, so yeah, before it dries all the way, I want to get in here and put some darks in. I've only really done kind of the mid-tones and mid-darks. Yeah, so let's get in here. Also, we could lose this edge. I'm looking at my sketch and seeing I left that nice last edge right there. So wet underneath it, and you can just kind of let that paint connect it and let it drift a little bit, and hopefully it's not too wet and won't drift like too far, you know. I'm gonna try some dry brush texture right up here. Some brushes work better for that. I really like the Chinese brushes for that, a lot of them. Okay, so while it's still just a little wet, I really need to get in here with this dark brown matter again with some Antwerp blue here. A little bit extra. So you can see it's come like that ostrich that we did. It's coming out kind of, you know, like that, where it's kind of distinct but got some softness to it, which is nice to put in some places like that, you know. Not too much. That's really a little strong, but we can just take a dry brush and kind of feather some of that out. Make sure your brush is dry, and you can kind of push the hairs out, splay them out like that. Anywhere that's a little too strong, I'm gonna just kind of almost like a fan brush, just fan it out there, splay those hairs out, and I'm only splaying them out because of how dry my wash is. Alright. I mean, you could come in still with a little bit more subtle texture in here, and it's just subtle right now. It's a little bit soft because the paper's still damp, you know, which is a nice time to come in for real subtle detail. It's kind of detail that people might not really look at unless they come in closer. Okay, you can see it was dry paper out here, so it just kind of went down really sharp, you know, pretty much like a marker. So let's zoom back a little bit and look at it. That really helped kind of connect it, you know. It's looking better after that wash, more like it's connected from one side to the other. So let's see. I think it has the gentleness and the connection, the mood and the message that I wanted. You know, if you want to, let's go back to the background. And although I'd really like to get a little bit more in this elephant, but let's go back to the background. I think we could go just a touch darker and create a few little sharper pieces with some negative shapes. Thank you. Thanks for being here, Ranjan. Glad you enjoyed it. Thanks. Okay. Thanks for sticking around. I know it's a slow process. Let's see. You know, I'm trying to learn to paint faster, but I also like the slow process and what it can give you so much. But let's see. Just come one more layer back here in the background, and I think that'll be done. And then this time we can make a few more. Let's see. Let's drop in a little bit of. So I've got my background wet, and you can see where it's wet right there. It's actually not enough water. I need to add more. I could tell by that reflection it wasn't enough. That's pretty good for the background. It needs to be very wet into wet, you know. So maybe take some of this gray mix that we did. That'll push the background back a little bit. Not a lot, just a tiny amount, because that's gonna. I don't want to lose the nice clean color. That's the brown matter in Antwerp. So I don't want to put the gray right up against the face either. That I'd like to have some more vibrant color right up against the face. And that's gonna create that kind of glow of the light, like almost as if it's just bouncing off of the face. So I'm gonna come back in with a little of that yellow with gamboge with some burnt sienna right up against the edge there of that face. And you know, like oil painters have thick texture in their white highlights, and that makes this illusion of bouncing sunlight. We don't really have that with watercolor, but what we can do is put some warmth on the edge, and it kind of creates an illusion like that, where it feels kind of like it's just radiating off of there. So juxtaposing, again, you can see how I put the pink and the yellow next to each other. And you blend them a little bit, try not to overblend. So just a hint of that warmth kind of on the edge there. And So any colors now I put in, I'm gonna try not to let it bleed into that warm area because I don't want to lose that, you know. A little bit of Antwerp blue up there, a little darker. And so, you know, that elephant I showed you that I painted several years ago, if you were here earlier, that took me maybe 150 hours, and it was very big though, like 3 by 4 feet. So it took a long time, but it was layered just like this, and the technique is exactly the same. Just more layers, and you know, maybe bigger brushes because it was a larger painting. Juxtaposing again. Quinacridone rose and next to the Antwerp blue. Oh good, I'm glad you enjoyed the slower pace, Cindy. Yeah, it's nice that I know what you mean, to slow down when you can feel so busy. There's so much to think about sometimes. I, I love how painting just puts you in the zone of, like, it's almost like I've heard a surfer say this before about surfing, like, you get in this zone of there's nothing else that you are thinking about. It's just like the only thing that exists is that right there that you're doing right there. I felt like when I heard that, I felt like that feels like what painting feels like sometimes. You know, that's just a random, like, little plant back there. Palm plant or yucca, or I think it's like a palm. But it kind of repeats his little grooves in his yeah, Cindy, if thanks for joining my class community. Yeah, you should receive an email with a link to a student Facebook page, and you can post. That would be a great place to post there if you want to. I'd love to see what you did with this one. There's also on the website a community forum you can post in if you don't want to do Facebook. Okay, some pink. So just trying to create some little, more distinct shapes back here. Something to help pull the eye with, like that there. If it's too isolated, that would be maybe too much, but because we've got other stuff going on, it's okay. I don't want it too colorful, not to look like sherbet ice cream, or like my student said one time, it looks like a carnival in there. That's not really what I want, but understood why she said that. It was funny. Well, that was like with the juxtaposing technique. Okay, a little brown matter. So that little brown matter with Antwerp and little touches back here is gonna kind of make this feel a little more natural. I'm actually just kind of making this background up. It would be a little bit easier to get a good reference or develop my drawing a little bit further, so I have a little more clarity of what to do back here. I'm kind of just winging it a little bit, but that's okay. My sketch was actually more about the elephants. I didn't really work the background up very much. So yeah, let's see. So that little bit of contrast kind of helps give a place for the viewer's eye to move. Yeah, so let's see. Maybe that's pretty good to leave. We could probably put just a hint of color right back down around the edge here. And I'm looking at my sketch and seeing this is the most contrasty edge of the face right there. So that's where I'd want to put most of the color, because it could be contrast, like as in the black and white drawing, but it can kind of you can use color for that contrast, like as a way to guide the eye there. There we go. A little bit more extra vibrancy there. Alright, so let's leave that background alone for the moment. I mean, we could, if we want to, I might just drop in a little bit of, cover this up here. It's a little bit of, that gray mixture, neutral gray. Just trying to drop in there, like that there. Just a little extra variation going on. Oh, thanks, Allison. Thanks for your comment. Thanks a lot for being here. Okay, yeah, so now the bottom half. See how that just really helps? That just little bit of negative shapes and contrast and some color in there kind of helps pull the eye around. So like versus the bottom where it just is so still, it's just so empty and like the same all the way across, that it doesn't really have that effect to like pull the eye around. So like if we want to do something like that down here too, we can. Just a little bit, you know. Let's put some water in. I think I'll leave this leg dry right here. Put that water right up against the leg and a little bit of Quinrose in that. So I've got my drawing, and I put some little suggestion of leaf shapes in here. I might kind of try to repeat that and use that. Okay, and it just kind of fades up into the elephant right here, where it's the last stage on the elephant, and the background kind of just comes right up in there and merges with the elephant almost, which helps create that softness and emphasis on the top of the elephant's head. Okay, let's get a little more color in. We could, maybe, I have a lot of confidence to kind of go to the Quin Rose first, because it's kind of our dominant color, and just a very whatever you're painting, the color is gonna be different, but usually there's a color that I'm like, this one I'm confident I can put this in first and it'll work, because on this one it's because the Quin Rose is because dominant, and it's kind of a good transition color from our yellows to our cool blues. Yeah, let's see. Let's just still Quin Rose in here, and I might grab a smaller brush. Some brushes are just better for creating different shapes, and especially with how small this painting is. So I might let's just come in here with some other color, some manganese blue again. Right back here, and remember, like, this is kind of on the peripheral. It's not really where I want to pull the eye to. I want it to support this area. So if I put too much intensity of color in here, it's not really gonna be supportive. It's gonna pull away from that. So like, that's a little strong, but we can definitely like put it in and kind of pull it out to disperse it. And we might want to add some of that gray with the brown matter if this seems too colorful, Yeah, we could do that right now. There's that gray with the brown matter, and just a little bit, here and there, and mostly in the dark area and farther away where I don't want the viewer to look, because the gray's gonna make that more subdued. Alright, and then let's see, remember it dries lighter. Watercolor always dries lighter, so especially with this much water, it can dry like 30 or 40% lighter sometimes. That hooker's green, I just want to sneak it in. It's not really part of our limited palette that much, so I just want to kind of sneak it in. Oh, thanks, Cindy, for signing up. Yeah, I hope to see you in there and see you on the live. Yeah, if you sign up anytime you wanna share your art, or please introduce yourself too, and share your art or ask questions or anything. It's really neat. I try to answer all the questions I can, but like a lot of the other students will engage with each other and answer each other's questions and just give encouragement and feedback, and that's really nice. Yeah, let's see, so that's just the gray still. The gray is a supportive gray. In other words, like, it's my gray made with Antwerp blue, which I'm using a lot in this painting. So like, it's gonna harmonize with that, with the Antwerp blue. And the brown matter is kind of pink, kind of leans towards pink, so I feel like this gray harmonizes with the pink and the blue nicely, you know what I mean? Because I know it's just gray, but you know, it has its own identity. Every gray, when you mix it with different colors, has its own unique kind of like tint to it, or like identity, and it's subtle, but it's there. And when you make the gray out of the colors you're using in the painting, it just can really make the paintings, like the colors, really glow and kind of sing, you know, as they say. I'm just kind of pushing this a little bit darker here and there. Sometimes I think I'm going so slow because I'm processing, thinking about it at the same time, and trying to make like good decisions here. So at least like having done the sketch and the color studies, that really takes a lot of the work out of the mental processing out of it. So it does help to free me up to just paint and not have to like think so hard in the moment. I like someone kind of gave an analogy with the color, with the studies and sketches, and it's almost makes me think of like if you have to lift a lot of weight at one time. If you just jump to your painting without studies, it's like too much weight to lift at once. But if you break it down in pieces with all these different drawings, color studies, it's like takes the heavy lifting out of the work. You can manage to lift that weight broken down into smaller pieces. Okay, I'm gonna just come in here and kind of soften some of this. It's a little bit too sharp and too many edges here. We can just soften some of that out, you know. It's just a little synthetic brush here, and scrub some of those edges, you know. Don't remember, if you scrub them too soon, it can spread too far on you. So just remember to kind of wait till that reflection's like satin, kind of if you don't want it to spread much at all, you know. Okay, I need to leave it alone, otherwise I'm probably gonna overwork it, you know. Just leave it. And you can tell that I did more gray on the bottom side. I think because like I really want the viewer looking up here. So like the bottom side has less clean color to it, you know. Let's leave it alone. Let's leave that. I'm tempted to like do a little more in there, but I think I need to leave it, because no matter how much control you have with watercolor and how good you are with it, it's like at a certain point it just gets very touchy, and at this stage where it's barely wet anymore, and it's better just to learn to like stop before you get to that, or when you get to that stage, and leave it, and just kind of learn to be patient with it, and because almost anything you do at this point on it, it's likely to become kind of overworked, you know. But this is a little bit of Quinrose. I think we can sneak that in. And what I'm talking about is when that wash gets like this wetness right there. It's just barely wet, like barely got any shine on it at all, and that's when it's that touchy kind of gets a little risky to work with, you know. Oh yeah, Cindy, this paper, it's called Twin Rocker, like a rocking chair, Twin Rocker, and it's yeah, this little town in Indiana, and it's beautiful paper. I highly recommend it. It's a little bit different if you're used to, like, you know, a lot of the standard watercolor papers, but I think because it's handmade, it's just a little different to work on. But it didn't take me long to feel comfortable with it, and yeah, I think too you can go visit their shop and watch them make paper if you ever get near there. Yeah, so I need to leave that alone. Just leave it, and I think we're at a pretty good place. We're getting near a good place to be finished. You know, I feel like we could go a little stronger on this elephant, but if we go too strong, this is gonna need to go stronger. And at a certain point, I don't want to go stronger with this because I like the soft gentleness and the ethereal look, and you know, we could go a little bit more, but I feel like not much if I don't want to lose that that feeling. But yeah, we could maybe just drop a little bit in here. So this is just the leg back here. Try not to touch the background because that's still damp right there. Yeah, like little bit of Quinrose with some brown matter mixed in. Or it's the brown matter gray that's mixed in. Just kind of keeping it soft because I don't want this to attract attention, and hard edges attract attention, so I just kind of wet the whole thing and kept it more soft, and we can drop a little color back into that there. Kind of just a neutrally pink, you know, grayed down pink, because that way it'll harmonize and it won't attract attention down here. Little bit of that brown matter and Antwerp mixture there. Antwerp blue. Just kind of blend it out a little bit there, and yeah, I think that's good. That's all we need for that area right there. And maybe we could take a little bit of texture with this kind of neutral with a little burnt sienna, and that's subtle, but alright, let's leave that alone. So yeah, let's see, what else do we need before we finish here? I mean, if you really want to, you could take a synthetic brush here, and this edge of that shadow might be a little too outlined, you know. So you could just take some water with a synthetic brush and kind of rub that edge there. I want to keep some of it sharp. I'm looking at my drawing to see what I like sharp and what I like softened, you know. So I'm gonna like soften a few of these places. If you want this more realistic, I feel like you could easily take like a few days on this painting, you know, but I kind of, it's fun doing it more impressionistic. It's more about the mood and the atmosphere than creating like a realistic elephant, you know. Alright, there we go. That's a little better. It's just not quite so sharp of a shadow outlined all the way around, you know. So yeah, let's go just real quick here. I feel like we've talked a lot about the important techniques, you know, and this is a little bit thinking, what else do we need to cover before we finish this? Let's see, I'll just wet this again. Might even just wet right into the background. Make sure this is dried on here that we just did a little bit ago. As long as your former layers are dry, they won't reactivate too easy unless you just sit there and rub it with the brush. Unless it's a very dark value of color, it can lift off a little easier, but it's pretty safe to wet over places when they're dry, usually, you know. Just don't try not to sit there with the brush for too long, you know. And I think what I want to do is come down actually while this is wet and kind of put in a little bit of blue here, Antwerp, and leave some dry patches of, not too close to the edge, because you know, dry patches are gonna create contrast with sharp edges, so too close to the edge will kind of pull the viewer away. Okay, so the elephant's still wet. It's like that dry into damp wetness, you know? So it's good, I can still take advantage of that if I don't wait too long, you know? I might, drop in a little extra water, because it's dried out pretty good, pretty quickly. But yeah, don't want to wait too long there for that. And little brown grade down, neutralized brown matter. Some neutralized Antwerp. So the cooler color down here is gonna help the eye go stay up more towards the warmer colors. A little bit too much contrast down there. I think I need to get rid of some of that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you know, we can do this thing where we tilt the paper to blend it in. Okay, so before that dries too much, I really want to come in to that elephant. Trying to get there, trying to get done with this part. Alright, that's a little too much, I think. It's distracting, I believe. So I'm gonna kinda soften some of that out, maybe lighten it a little bit there with my dry brush, and then I think that's alright. I think that's fine to leave as it is there. But I'm gonna go back up to this elephant now and come in with a little bit more. We can take that real dry mix of the Antwerp and brown matter. Real dry, like remember try to get it like butter kind of, melted butter. And then you can just bring that in and see how it's almost like drawing with it. It's like comes out, but it's soft still because it's going right over the damp paper, so it's not gonna be like scratchy like a marker, you know. Yes, this will be recorded, so you can come back and watch it for sure, and it should stay up for a good while. Yeah, let's see. I appreciate y'all sticking with me this long. It's fun to paint this. It's fun to paint this together. Let's see. So yeah, I'm not gonna try to develop this too much. I'm almost just gonna suggest these things, little kind of folds, and I'm looking at my sketch still because I don't want to get too wild with this and too contrasty, too detailed or anything. I just want to suggest things so I can kind of like push the brush together and fan it out a little bit and soften that out some, you know. maybe if it's a little bit too contrasty, you know. And it's getting to that stage, it's dangerous. It's getting dangerous to work with. You know what I mean? You can see it's like satin. I need to just pretty much just about leave it alone, but maybe if I can just get a little couple more touches here. So there's that sharp line. I'm looking at the sketch, so that sharp line right along the front of the trunk there creates a nice kind of move the eye up here and connects it with the other elephant, you know. Okay, really notice, see my edge I need to get rid of, you know, this line here. Yeah, so the colors we used here, pretty much pretty limited palette, so mostly Quin Rose for the pink, Gamboge, a little burnt sienna, and manganese blue, some Antwerp, and then the gray tones are like brown madder and Antwerp. Let's see, so yeah, and then let's come in and get rid of this line right here. Alright, well, it's getting to, I think that's about at a good stopping place. You know, finishing a painting is honestly, like, I don't know if y'all find this, but it's the hardest thing to me in the painting sometimes, and often you can find things to improve on it, but you know, it's easy to overdo it too, so I like to just set my painting aside, you know, for a few days or a week and keep looking at it, or don't look at it for a while even, and come back later and with fresh eyes and look at it fresh, you know, that helps. So yeah, let's see what else might we want to do on this before we're finished here. I think we could take just a couple more details and little detail on the tusks is kind of neat here. I'd like to get this a little more distinct. It's a neat little spot. That's brown madder with some Antwerp. Put that in and we can soften the edge out here on the bottom. Soften just a little bit on the top there. It's oh good, Amy, I'm so glad that it's been helpful. I'm not actually sure about manganese violet, if it's a good substitute for ultramarine. One thing you can do is look at the numbers on the back of the tube and see if they match up, the pigment numbers. Oh, thank you. Thanks for your kind words. You know, I would just go around this and put a few little details of contrast in. I like the looseness of it, but I like maybe the idea of just having a few little details with some more contrast. Nice little kind of like little jewels, or little jewels. Just a little bit of brown matter in Antwerp. Just a little extra contrast right in the eye, and that's where I've got my strongest contrast in the eye on my sketch there. You could kind of do this type of thing for hours, honestly. I think I've done that. I think I'm finished with a painting almost, and 3 days later I'm still working on it sometimes. On a big piece, you know? Oh, thanks for the kind words. I'm so glad this is helpful. Alright, for the folds, if you want some more realistic detail, like in the folds, what I like to do is it's kind of like painting wrinkles like on a face, or, put it down sharp like this right here. And then you can take a clean brush and then lose a few edges like out on the sides, and then I'm waiting for it to dry enough. If you look, there's a little satin reflection there. It's a good timing now to come in and lose this top of the edge, because like a wrinkle, it's like sharp on one side where it goes into the deeper part, and then it's soft on the other as it kind of curves outward. So that's basically what this is doing. Maybe soften a few points on this side. Alright. So I think that's probably a good place to stop. How are you guys doing? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like it as it is. It could go darker, but I like the calmness and the gentleness, so um oh, thank you for your kind words. I'm glad y'all enjoyed the demo here. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions. I think if you want to ask more questions, please comment afterwards on the video, because I might not see them here because there's a bit of a delay. But yeah, thanks for joining me. I hope that you can paint this if you didn't finish it. Come back and watch the replay, and I hope it's helpful. And I'd love to see your outcome if you finish. And I also want to remind you that if you want to join my online class community, I'll give you that again just in case. So that's a really good deal there. If you want to join for a year, that's a really good deal, and I won't be putting it out there for that. Hardly ever do that like that much of a deal. So you can put the code in that you see right there when you check out. But if you want to just try my classes online, you can do the 1 month and for $10 if you use that code over on the right side. So yeah, I hope you try it and see if you like it, and just yeah, thanks for all your comments, and I look forward to painting with y'all again sometime. And thanks again for joining me. It was fun. Y'all have a good night, good rest of your day.